Demek miydi? Çok fazla.
Uncle Bala?
Yes.
take those chairs there for now.
time now while Rochelle is changing is to come and view the body. If you can do it swiftly, I will appreciate it. Thank you.
If you have the mother shut it down, I'm going to be married again.
Sit down. Why you don't sit down? Few minutes.
No, no.
Huh?
Continue the prayer. I continue his prayer. I do.
Walk slowly. Walk slowly. Watch up.
No.
भूतेश्वरं भूतनादं शिवं शङ्करं शङ्कुनीशानं दुखियों का दुख लड़वन का भोग लगे संत कर सेवा। जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा। माता की पार्वती पिता महादेव। अंधन को अंक देता कोई धन को काया। बंधन को अंक देता कोई धन को काया। वचन को पुत्र देता निर्धन को माया। वचन को पुत्र देता निर्धन को माया। पार करो नाथ वचन करो तेरा। लड़वन का भोग लगे संत कर सेवा। जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा। माता की पार्वती पिता महादेवा। जो तेरा याद कर ज्ञान मिले उसको। जो तेरा याद कर ज्ञान मिले उसको। जो तुझे और भला जाऊँ मैं किसको। जो तुझे और भला जाऊँ मैं किसको। तेरे कृपा करो कष्ट हरो मेरा। लड़वन का भोग लगे संत कर सेवा। जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा। माता की पार्वती पिता महादेवा। जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश देवा। माता की पार्वती पिता महादेवा। ओम गणेशाय नमो नमो। ओम नमः शिवाय नमो नमो। ओम गणेशाय नमो नमो। ओम नमः शिवाय नमो नमो। गंगाय यमुनाय नमो नमो। सरस्वती देवी नमो नमो। गंगा यमुना नमो नमो। सरस्वती देवी नमो नमो। ओम गणेशाय नमो नमो। ओम नमः शिवाय नमो नमो। ओम गणेशाय नमो नमो। ओम नमः शिवाय नमो नमो। नारायण हरि नमो नमो। गोकुलवासी नमो नमो। नारायण हरि नमो नमो। गोकुलवासी नमो नमो। ओम गणेशाय नमो नमो। ओम नमः शिवाय नमो नमो। ओम गणेशाय नमो नमो। ओम नमः शिवाय नमो नमो। शंकर पार्वती नमो नमो। साम सदा शिव नमो नमो। शंकर पार्वती नमो नमो। साम सदा शिव नमो नमो। ओम गणेशाय नमो नमो। ओम नमः शिवाय नमो नमो। ओम गणेशाय नमो नमो। ओम नमः शिवाय नमो
Dear family, we have a few speeches, if you could bear with us. I know it's very hot, there's lots of water, please hydrate yourselves, keep yourself hydrated. Rogers, Sigal, and I now stand as 3. It used to be 5. When Money Boy, now known as Bob, was born on the 14th of April 1970, and when my father realized, or 13th of June, and when my father realized it was another boy, and he very proudly bragged to his friends, I now have a 5-a-side soccer team. Dear family, I bring you much love from our Heavenly Father and peace and comfort from my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Our first speaker for today is Jordan Sudan.
Good day to everyone. To say goodbye to someone who meant so much to all of us, my beloved cousin Bob. It's hard to put into words what you meant to me, because you were more than just family. You were a friend, a confidant, and a constant presence in my life. We shared a bond that was filled with laughter, love, and unforgettable memories. You had a way of bringing light into every room you walked into. Your smile, your kindness, and your warmth touched so many. You were the kind of person who made people feel seen, heard, and loved. And that is a rare and beautiful gift. I will always cherish the memories we shared, the laughter, the conversations, and even the quiet moments. Those memories will stay with me forever, and I will carry with them in my heart wherever I go. Losing you is not easy. It leaves a space in my life that can never truly be full. But even in this pain, I am grateful. Grateful that I had you as my cousin. Grateful for the time we shared, and grateful for the love you gave so freely. Though you are no longer with us physically, your spirit would live in all of us. In the lessons you taught us, in the love you shared, and in the memories we hold dear. Rest peacefully, my dear cousin. You will never be forgotten. Until we meet again, we love you. I just got a tribute from Seshni. That I'm just going to read on her behalf. A tribute to my Uncle Bob. There are no words that can truly hold what you meant to me. And right now, there are no words strong enough to carry the pain I feel. I am shattered, completely broken. You were never just my uncle. You were my protector, my guide, the one who stood by me through everything, who showed up for me in ways that go far beyond what words can explain. You carried me through life with a quiet strength and care that I will never forget. Working with you at UCOP Maximum Correctional Center wasn't just time I got to be with you. Time I got to... Those moments mean everything to me now. I keep going back to the small things, the things that didn't seem big then, but mean the world now. Every other day, you would bring fresh home-cooked food just for us to share. Your Cornish curry, your chinfish biryani. We would sit together, eat, talk, laugh. In those moments, life felt simple, safe, and whole. That was your love. Not loud or showy, but constant, gentle, and always there. You took care of me in ways that only someone who truly loves you can. You had a gift to make even the hardest days feel lighter. No matter what we are facing, you met it with a smile, a joke, and a heart full of warmth. That was just who you were. I keep thinking about the last conversation we had. Like always, you were joking. I asked you what you were cooking and you laughed and said, "Not cooking anything, I'm fasting for Eid." That was you. Even in the simplest moments, you brought laughter. I didn't know that would be one of our last conversations, but I will hold on to it forever. At home, you were everything to your grandchildren. You were their safe space, their happiness, their comfort, a constant source of joy and love. The love you gave them is something I will hold on to forever, and I promise they will always know how deeply you love them. And the love you had for your wife, Rashida, was something truly special to witness. The way you spoke to her, the way you joked with her, always calling her doll, with so much warmth and affection. It was a kind of love that was pure, playful, and deeply rooted. It showed the kind of man you were, loving, loyal, and full of heart. You are the kindest soul. You made people feel seen, valued, loved, without even trying. And now that you're gone, there is a silence, a space in my life that will never be filled. It feels like a part of me went with you, and I don't know how to make sense of a word without you in it. But I will carry you with me in the way I live, in the way I love, in the way I show up for my family. Everything you taught me, everything you gave me, lives on inside me. Thank you for being my strength, my mentor, my protector, my person. Thank you for loving me the way you did, and for always taking care of me. Rest peacefully, Uncle Bob, Money Boy. I love you always, Seshni.
It is indeed a very sad day to our family as we gather to celebrate the life. Day short of his 56th birthday. There was never a dull moment with Bob. He took any situation and turned it into a laughable situation, like when he was in school. A friend of his always complained of a headache. One day, Money Boy, being Money Boy, decided to give him a tablet and gave him a Bob Martin. Hence, he became known as Bob. Bob joined the correctional service 28 years ago and moved to Newcastle prison. And when Roshina joined him there, she was transported with my brother-in-law, Sati, who lived in Johannesburg. And every time Bob and Roshina got into an argument, Bob would turn into a joke. He phoned Sati, he said, please come and take what you brought here, take her back home. As I said, anything and everything he turned into a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, we have from the Department of Correctional Service, Leocop, Mr. Nchavi to address you. Thank you. Mr. Chavi is of the management of correctional services, or is further down. Okay, in the meantime, can the Popco Labor Union representative address us? Thank you. Mr. Ngobane.
Amanda comrades.
Away
too. Amanda comrades. Away too.
Amanda.
Thank you, comrades. Greeting, comrades. In particular, leadership of Locop and the Pillay family, and all the guests, all the speakers, comrades, all the protocol has been observed. My task is very simple, comrades. Today we gathered here to remember Mr. Pillay, not just a man, but as a worker, as a fighter, and someone who understood the struggle of ordinary people, comrades. As a comrades, we know the life he lived. We know the pressure workers face every day. Rising prices, family to support, and wages that do not go far enough. The cost of living keep on going up, but workers are told to accept less, which is not acceptable, comrades. Comrades, when wages are below the inflations, it means workers have become poorer and poorer, which means the struggle is keeping going on, comrades. We believe that the workers must be able to live a decent life, to afford homes, to afford transports, to take care of their family, comrades. We want fair wages, comrades. We want fair increase that match the real cost of living, comrades. These comrades, when I started to join the department, I think it was around 2015. I'm a junior to him, but he never undermined me. Where he knows you, he greeted you with smile. He never undermined anyone, comrades. We've learned a lot from Mr. Pillay, who will Ubuntu Yini. We've learned a lot from Mr. Pillay, who will Ubuntu Yini. So, comrades, I'm not going to take long because of the ordinary day, but Comrade Pillay may be gone, but his story lives on in all of us. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you very much, comrades.
The manager from Leopold Prison, from Charlie.
Oh, good day, colleagues, and the whole community of the Adoza. I'm instructed here by the local management area to convey this message to the family of the Pillay. Late Pillay joined the Department of Correctional Service 1 August 1999. He was stationed at the local management area center. Due to the shortage of the artisan electrician, he was moved to maintenance workshop. And in 2010, he was called back to Mazmum to do escort duty. Hospital, court, and his friends. Mr. Pillay was a high respected member towards his managers. He followed instruction, and he complied with whatever instruction that we gave to him. Even when he was unwell, he still reported at work or to duty. Management will be advised him to go and rest, but he still come at work. So, rest in peace, Mr. Pillay. Thank you.
Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Namah Shivaya. Shiva, Hara Hara Shiva Shiva, Hara Hara Shiva Shiva Shankarani, Hara Hara Shiva Shiva, Hara Hara Shiva Shiva, Hara Hara Shiva Shiva Shankarani, Hara Hara Shiva Shiva, Hara Hara Shiva Shiva, Hara Hara Shiva Shiva Shankarani, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada Shiva Mahadeva, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada Shiva Mahadeva, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada Shiva Mahadeva, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada Shiva, Samba Sada Shiva Mahadeva, Bhagavan Shivananda, Bhagavan Shivananda, Bhagavan Shivananda Gurudeva, 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 Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Om 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 Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
we walk both around now and seeing the food we're eating, I tell you, hey bro, when I see vegetables, my body starts paining me. To pay tribute, it's sad when the child has to pay tribute to the father. To say farewells and tribute to Saghadevan Pillay, I call upon Janice. Janice is the daughter of Bob Pillay.
Dear family, it's with a heavy heart that I stand before you today to pay tribute to the one person I would have least expected to, my hero, my dad. If there's one thing I wish I got to say to you, it would be thank you for being the greatest dad to Ty and myself, and an even greater grandfather to my kids, and for never failing to guide and protect us. If someone had to tell me today that I'd be standing here paying a tribute to the man who never once failed me, I would have laughed in their face, the same way you would have laughed after making a joke about your death. Dad, there are no words that will ever feel like enough for the man you were to me. You were my protector, my guide, and my greatest source of strength. Thank you for every sacrifice you made, for every lesson you taught me, and for loving me the way only you could. You weren't just my father, you were my home. And even though you are no longer here, your love will stay with me in everything I do. I will miss you more than words can ever express. I love you, Dad, always and forever. My dada, a father's touch, a daddy's kiss, a grieving daughter, the dad I will always miss. An empty house, an empty chair, a father's love no longer there, a broken heart, tear-filled eye. Another soul in the sky. The times we shared, the laughs we had, things I miss when I think of my dad. Those special memories of you will always bring a smile. If only I could have you back for just a little while. Then we could sit and talk again, just like we used to do. You always meant so very much and always will too. The fact that you're no longer here will always cause me pain, but you're forever in my heart until we meet again. Rest peacefully, my hero, my dada. It's been an honor being your daughter. It's not a goodbye, but simply I'll see you later. Thank you.
We have a recorded tribute. Please, our sound man will play it for us now. If you could pay attention to it. Thank you.
Today I am here with a heart that feels both full and broken, trying to find the words for a man who meant everything to me, my husband. He was a man who always stood by me through every storm, every challenge, and every moment in between. He supported me in ways that words could never fully capture, and he did it all without even once complaining. That was just who he was, selfless, steady, and full of love. He was not only an amazing husband to me, but a truly great father to our children. He gave them strength, guidance, and so much love. And to our grandchildren, he was something even more special, a gentle, proud, and loving grandfather who brought so much joy into their lives. I just want to thank you, my love. Thank you for your endless support, for your patience, for your love, and for being the man that you were. We were so lucky to have you, and I was so blessed to call you mine. I say this with so much pride that you were my husband, and that's something that will never change. Saying goodbye feels impossible, but I take comfort in knowing that this is not the end. I love you more than words could ever express, and I will carry you with me in everything I do. Until we meet again on the other side, rest peacefully. My Bob, I'll love you for the rest of my life.
We are here in a place that we call Tafeni. This yard is where we grew up. This yard meant the world to Bob. This is where he wanted to retire. His famous line was, "Hey bro, I want to go back to Durban. I'm applying for the transfer. I don't want to have off to take me to Durban." He always called me at least once a week. And if he doesn't get a chance, he will send me a message, "Hey bro, I'm busy. I didn't get a chance. How are you doing?" He showed utmost care and love for me. Although I was his older brother, he thought it his duty to check on me every now and again. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg for your patience. I know it's a long day, it's a hot day. Bob was so loved that everybody wants to say something. And I'm finding it difficult, but I'm making a plan to make sure that everybody has a few minutes of what they want to say. I now call upon our niece, Timika, to pay tribute to her uncles. Thank you.
Good day, dear family and friends. It's with a heavy heart that I stand before you today to pay a tribute to our dearest uncle on behalf of his nieces and nephew. Uncle Bob, you were the kind of person who brought light into every room. Funny, calm, and always so full of joy. I always smile thinking about how you used to tease me for loving vegetables while you proudly chose your meat, turning even the smallest moments into laughter. Your voice carried so much peace and comfort. There was something so pure about the way you shared your joy, the way you made people feel safe and at ease by just being yourself. Those weren't just moments, they were pieces of you, and I will carry them with me for the rest of my life. It hurts in ways I can't fully put into words, knowing you're no longer here. There's an emptiness that comes with your absence, a silence where your laughter used to be. But even through that pain, I hold on to the hope that you're finally at peace, free from suffering, resting gently. I find comfort in imagining you in heaven, smiling, singing, and reunited with Bash and Tata. Surrounded by love just as you always were here. You were missed more than you ever know, loved more than words could ever say, and you will stay in my heart always. Some people leave this world but never leave our hearts, and you'll be one of them forever. The next tribute is from Janola. From as far back as I can remember, my uncle was the heart of every gathering. He did not need a spotlight. He was the spotlight. Not because he demanded attention, but because his energy drew people in. What made him so special wasn't just his humor or his generosity, but how real he was. He didn't put on airs. What you saw was what you got. Someone genuine, grounded, and big-hearted. He loved fiercely but quietly, with actions more than words. He was someone we took for granted would be around for much longer. His laughs, his yelling, and his help. I can still see his smile and telling you not to worry about it. I will always remember our school holidays when Uncle Bob would pick Larissa and I up, and we would spend the holidays with Denise and Tyron watching Hercules and bargaining with him to take us to either pool or the park. He taught me that life is too short to take serious, so laugh while we can, and always eat your meat. As we say goodbye, I take comfort in the memories we share. Thank you, Uncle Bob, for the love, the laughter, and the memories you have given each person you came across. You will be missed, but never forgotten. Love you. Mishara. Uncle Bob, I never imagined our last conversation would be the ones about saying the doctors. I never imagined our last conversation would be the ones about the doctors saying you were eating too much vegetables and that's why you were getting sick so often. Your death has left us all shattered. Nothing feels real. I keep replaying that moment in my head because it was so you. Even then, there was something right about it. Something that made me smile without even realizing it would be the last time I heard you. You were honestly one of my favorite people. You had this way of making everything feel okay just by being there. Your jokes, your laughter, it wasn't just something you did, it was who you were. You brought happiness into my life so naturally, and I'll never forget how serious you were about meat over vegetables. You stood by it like it was your rule, and now thinking back to our last conversation, it shows how you always stayed true to yourself. But more than anything, I'm going to miss how you cared for me, the way you loved me, and the way you made me feel safe and important. That meant everything to me. I don't think I ever told you enough how much I appreciated you. I just wish I had more time with you. Just one more conversation, one more laugh, and one more moment where I could tell you how much you mean to me. I hope you're finally at peace now. You fought your battles, and now you can rest. I love you so much, Uncle Bob, and I'll miss you every single day. Larissa. I don't think anyone in our family would disagree when I say my uncle was the jokester. The cool one. He had this way of keeping us in line, never afraid to call us out when we were wrong, but somehow he always made it feel okay. Like we could still laugh and just be ourselves. That balance is rare, and it's something I always admire about him. When I think of him, I can't help but smile. Every moment I have is filled with laughter. Jokes that caught me off guard and had me laughing uncontrollably. That's who he was to me, and I think to many of us here. But along those smiles, there's a lot of pain in my heart right now. I keep thinking about our last conversation. I joked with him saying God doesn't want him yet, and that he still has time. That he just needs to have faith and that he's going to be okay. Little did I know. And every time we spoke, he'd ask me when I was coming back home, telling me I've been gone for too long, and I didn't realize how much those words would stay with me. I'm angry at the fact that I never got to say goodbye. I'm hurt that I didn't even know he was sick. And one of the hardest things for me to carry is that I never got the chance to pray for him the way I wish I had. That's something I'll always regret, but even in that regret, I know this. He wouldn't want us to hold on to the pain. He gave us so much of laughter, so much of life, and so many moments that we'll carry forever. And maybe the best way we can honor him is by holding on to that. To keep laughing, to keep loving each other, and to never take those moments for granted. To my family, my brother and sister, my aunt, my father and uncles, remember that the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. I may be far, but I grieve alongside you. My heart is right here with you. Uncle Bob, I'm going to miss you. Thank you for every laugh, every lesson, and every memory. I pray we'll meet again in eternal paradise. I have so many memories of the times we spent together. Even though you're no longer here, I will cherish them forever. I miss your laughter so much and the mischief in your smile. When I feel the sadness welling up, I will remember it a while. For though you're no longer here, you'll never be truly gone. As long as I have these memories, your spirit will carry on. Until I see your smile again, I'll hold on to you in my heart and mind. A shining example, my uncle, the best of humankind. Thank you for being a second dad to me. Rest in peace, Uncle Bob. Until we meet again, I love you forever. Salute.
Jagannathanathan
Bob was very close to his family, to his friends, and make sure every person he met remembered him with his wit and jokes. Our next speaker is Bob's brother in marriage, Roger.
Greetings to all. Those of you that don't know me, I am Roger. I am Bob's brother-in-law. Today we say goodbye to someone who meant so much to us all. Bob wasn't just a brother-in-law to me. He was my friend. He was actually my brother. He was truly a good man, a loving father, a proud grandfather, and a man that really loved his family unconditionally. What stood out most about Bob was his kindness and the way that he made people feel. He had a way of bringing warmth into a room, and you always felt welcome around him. I will always remember that smile he wore throughout any situation and the laugh that was contagious. We will miss him deeply. I am grateful for the time that I've spent with him and the memories that will stay with me forever. Rest well, my brother. You will always be remembered and always be loved. Godspeed.
We have a tribute that we like to King Thailand from a cousin of ours from Johannesburg, Dylan Murphy.
Dear family and friends, it's with a heavy heart that I pay tribute to my brother Bob. My heartfelt condolences to Rashida, Thailand, and Denise, and the grandchildren, and all my families on the passing away of our dear brother Bob. Today is indeed a heartbreaking and emotional day. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that I would be sending another tribute not even a year later. I was fortunate to grow up with Bob in Australia and experience a life at his best. Bob was a humble, loving person. He was a man of values and definitely a man of God. His love for Rashida, his kids, grandkids, and his families knew no boundaries. Distance did matter, as the love and respect was always there. Bob had this persona about himself, and he always entertained us whenever we met each other. He would make you laugh until your stomach pained. That's our Bob. He created many memories with every one of us. He taught us wisdom and how to live life. His respect for everyone, he knew he was remarkable. We will cherish these great memories forever. The one thing about our families is that love that we maintain for each other, and this love is what carries us all through these difficult times. To Rashida, Tyron, and Denise, remember that Bob lives in your hearts, and he will guide and protect you all. Remember that the love of our families will be your support and strength during this difficult time. I pray that God's blessings upon all of you, and may His blessings be your strength. To my brother Bob, on behalf of myself, my mom, brother, sister, uncle, aunt, and cousin, we salute you for always being there and for your love. Today we don't say goodbye, we say until we meet again. I know that you will be resting well with your loved ones. May your path to liberation be free and open.
Thank you, Dad.
Having Bob as a brother was one of my greatest joys. Even though he was taken from us far too soon, I find comfort in knowing that his life was full and filled with love. It is incredibly painful to say farewell to my baby brother. He wasn't perfect, but he lived a good, vibrant life that we will forever cherish. And our talks, while there is an unbearable void in my heart, I know you would want us to cling to the beautiful brother Madhu. And I thank you for choosing me as your big brother. And rest well, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give the opportunity to those that want to say a few words, pay tribute. If you want to, you're most welcome to.
Somewhere, somehow, they seem to have forgotten me. Imagine. This thing of copy and paste, you see? They strike on the cell phones. Yeah. Colleagues, friends, family, I don't think I'm doing justice to Bob. So I'm just going to involve the family that Bob had. So I'm going to call upon Mr. Governor, better known as Buddha. I'm going to call upon Mr. Ram Kison, better known as Sundar. And I'm going to call upon Mr. Rabilal, better known as Gulam. Mr. Rabilal, you're married, please come through. I'd like for the brothers of Bob and the relations that became upheld, for the colleagues and my friends, to please stand behind the family. Not an ordinary speech now, is it? I'm just going to take you a little down memory lane. Good afternoon to the family, friends, and colleagues. My name is Irene Haripsa. My speech won't be long, it will be interactive. I'm a close friend to Bob Pillay, but never was a colleague. 1,740 days, which is 26 years, 7 months and 28 days that we worked We shared secrets. We ate. We drank. We had fun. We helped. We borrowed. We gave. We became fathers. Became grandfathers. And did so much more together that made us brothers from other mothers. Bob and I first met at Johannesburg for an interview that we attended for correctional services in 1999. First, 1999. We completed our basic training at Zonderwater Training College and was appointed together at the Leopold Management in a few months' time. Bob, also known to the colleagues as Mr. Pillay, performed his duties at our maintenance department as a reaction officer. Thereafter, he served at Correctional Center C and was later transferred to the maximum facility where he was and is currently based. Sporting activities from very, very early days of our appointment. He played darts and yekskate for the regional and national squad to represent, being selected as a spin bowler for the Gauteng regional squad. He performed his duties even as a lifeguard at the Leopold Recreation. Imagine that, colleagues. So, from someone who was never ill person, now today I have to stand here and share words that I didn't even think of preparing for a day like this that was not even supposed to come. Bob and I colleagues, Bob and I grew even closer when we both kept each other company while admitted at the same hospital. It talked about many things and made a promise to make sure to have that bunny chow when we get out. Bob was famous that whenever we had a drink, even in anger, it was a joke. I know that he was always devoted to his religion. In the Bajan groups where he learned to play the tabla and the dolak and kept his family in the ways of his belief. He was always friendly, sociable, underwent an 8.5-hour quadruple open heart bypass and was strong enough to pull through. The only biggest issue, he attended to the problem by seeking medical help. And today, unexpectedly, we hear bidding him farewell. So how do I find words being? To us, it still feels impossible to believe that he's gone. For those who knew him, you knew how much, and the way somehow he made everyone feel like they mattered. And he was jokingly friendly, even if he met them for the first time. Every single time, I always used to ask him or say to him, "Pillay, what's the delay?" Little did I know. I'm sure we all have our own stories and memories with Bob Pillay. He used to come out and say, or comes out and says, every single one of us needs a Bob in our lives. Next week, Monday on the 13th of April, is Bob's whole complete salon where we do our hair for his birthday on Monday. And he gave them the menu. And they were truly, saddeningly shocked by his stories. And remember him by the way we treat people we love, because that is Bob. Rest in peace, my friend. You will surely be missed, but never forgotten. Till we meet again, may you keep the angels laughing as you have kept us here. The pictures that is portrayed in front of you are pictures before he went to hospital. We went over, prayed with him, and we took that picture. There's another picture there where the both of us, I was fully able, but Bob was on the wheelchair. And so, just to make him feel at ease, I also grabbed a wheelchair, went out for a smoke, and we took that picture. Bob, making sure that he fulfilled the promise to have that bunny chow, is where we went out, all of us, and we consumed that meal. He wanted it again. Unfortunately, we didn't make it this time. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to come forward, say a few words, please do. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us. I know it's been a long day. We now have a song tribute from his son. If you could quiet him down and let's listen to the words, please. Thank you.
Before they turn off all the lights, I'll read you your wrongs or your rights. The time has gone, Bless me with your peace and set me free. Show me the path to be redeemed. Come in what I did. My Lord, can I live over one glimpse of you is all I need. My soul, so my heart is if you become mine, I'll become yours. Glory to you.
Family, please feel free to come and say your last farewell to Bob. Doing that, I just want to say a few thank yous for giving Bob a beautiful send-off. Thank you, Sean, to the members of and the management of the DCS, Department of Correctional Services, UCOP. Thank you for taking care of my brother. Thank you for extending our family. Ladies and gentlemen, these colleagues have been amazing. The support is beyond any words. Thank you DCS. A special thank you to Mani, Governor and his family, Irene and his family, for taking care of my brother during his stay at Leucop, for always supporting the family and giving him strength. To the family in Johannesburg who couldn't be here, thank you. The Subin family in Johannesburg, the Reddy family, from my wife's side, for always standing by us there and supporting Roshira and the family during this trying time. To the congregation of Salem Center, the Word of Truth Center, Pastor Nigel, and Elder Tamara, Pastor Reynolds and Pastor Pearl for the continued support during this week, for visiting Bob at hospital, for the prayer, for the comfort, for comforting Roshira and the kids during this time. A very special thank you. I have to say farewell or goodbye to your loved ones. And your support has given us the strength. My sister-in-law, Denise, Tyrone, Jaden and Sweet Vice.
सब सुख लगे तुम्हारी शरण तुम रक्षक हो धरण आपन तेज समानो आवे तीनों लोक हाकते काटे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नाशे योग करे सब पीरा जपत निरंतर हनुमत वीरा संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे मन क्रम वचन ज्ञान जो लावे सब पर आप तुम श्री राजा दिन के काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे दासु अमित जीवन बल पावे तारो युग परताप तुम्हारा गई पर से जगत उजियारा साधु संत के तुम रखवारे असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे अष्ट सिद्धि नवनि दाता असबर वीर जानकी माता राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुम्हारे भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुपति पुर जाने रहा जन्म हरि भक्त कहानी और देखा चित्त करे हनुमत से सर्व सुख करे संकट हरे सब पीरा जो सुने हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई कृपा करो लगे किनारे रक्ष कृपाल पाठ करियो चूके पंडित सुख होई जो यावन हनुमान चालीसा होय सिद्धि साखी गौरी तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा कीजे नाथ विजय महादेवा पवन तनय संकट हरना मंगल मूर्ति रूप सीतारा राम लखन सीता सहित विजय संसुर भूप सीतारा श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रजा निज मन मुकुर सुधार सीतारा करुणा रघुवर विमल ईशा सुनिलो पवन कुमार सीतारा द्रौपदी दैत्यादि मोहि परम कलेश विकार सीतारा हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर तेज पियासति लोक उजागर राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी सुमति निहारी सुमति के संगी कंचन बरन विराज सुवेशा कानन कुंडल कुंडल केशा हाथ वज्राल गदा विराजे चांदी मूंज जने को साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया सीता मन बसिया सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सिया विकटावा विकट रूप धरि रंग जलावा भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे राम सहारे नारी सजीवन लखन जियारे श्री रघुवीर धर शौर्यारे रघुपति कीन्ही क्रोध बड़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई सन काल परम मुनीश Thank you. निज मन मुकुर Yeah.
ஆற்றவகற்று ஆரமுதம் ஆனாய் போற்றி அல்லல் அறுத்து அடியேனே ஆண்டாய் போற்றி மற்றவர்கள் ஒப்பிலாய் மைந்தாய் போற்றி வானவர்கள் போற்றம் மறந்தே போற்றி செற்றவதம் புறமெரித்தே சிவனே போற்றி திருமூலதானனே போற்றி போற்றி வங்கமலை கரல் நெஞ்சம் வந்தாய் போற்றி மழையான ஈருறைவை போதாய் போற்றி கொங்கலரம் நரம் கொன்றை தாராய் போற்றி கொள்பொலி தோலாதே குரகாய் போற்றி அங்கனே அமரகௌதம் இறைவா போற்றி ஆலமரம் நீலரம் சொன்னாய் போற்றி செங்கனைக்கை தனி கொன்றே சிவனே போற்றி திருமூலதானனே போற்றி போற்றி மலையான் மணந்தே மணலாய் போற்றி மழவிடையாய் நின் பாதம் போற்றி போற்றி நிலையாக என் நெஞ்சல் நின்றாய் போற்றி நெற்றி மேல் ஒற்றை கண் உடையாய் போற்றி இளையாண்ட மோவிளைவேன் ஏந்தி போற்றி ஏஷ் கடலம் ஏஷ் பொழுதம் ஆனாய் போற்றி சிலையான்று அன்று எளியரசே சிவனே போற்றி திருமூலதானனே போற்றி போற்றி ஓ Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Shivaya Namah Om. Shivaya Namah Om. Shivaya Namah Om. Om Namah Shivaya. Shivaya Namah Om. Shivaya Namah Om. Shivaya Namah Om. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Can we have the pallbearers, please?
Thank you for everything you did for me. Thank you.
Give some space then.
I didn't want me but I knew I wasn't going to send you more. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Mom. Shivaya. Om Namah 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 Shivaya. Om
Where the family comes from? Let's do what we have
I'm sorry, Taylor.
No. Time to wait. Logan, tell the Logan, don't get parked for a while. Let the family car come in.
That white car to come front. Come front. Bro, tell that car to wait.
Tell this car to wait.
Go back.
Why you don't?
Hello? I'm here in Sheffield. Who's party? It's 11 today. Yeah, come okay, I'm coming. I'll come. What time is the party?
side. Why you give it to the
Somebody else is it? Yeah, I took it from the edge.
Oh, okay.
No.
Ready to carry it out?
No, wait.
Put it down. Buat sama masak ya. Buat masak.
Yeah. Wanna come? Put them back. Go.
Ready?
You must take off your shoes. All those guys in the coffin now must take off their shoes. Come in.
Yeah, take his shoes.
This way.
Real money never
Trevor. ओम गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरु देवो महेश्वर गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमो नमः। ओम श्री भास्कराय विद्महे महायुधिकराय धीमहि तन्नो आदित्यः प्रचोदयात्। ओम शिवाय नमः। ओम शंभुवे नमः। ओम शंकराय नमः। ओम गंगाधराय नमः। ओम सदाधराय नमः। ओम वामदेवाय नमः। ओम गणनाथाय नमः। ओम विश्वेश्वराय नमो नमः। ओम श्री भास्कराय विद्महे महायुधिकराय धीमहि तन्नो आदित्यः प्रचोदयात्। ओम गंगा यमुना सर्वतीर्थं पूजां समर्पयामि। வாழ்வதோ மாயம் மீது மன்னார்வதோ தென்னம் பாஷ்போர்வது பிறவி கடல் பசினோய் செய்தே பழிந்தான் தாராதரும் செய்மந்தரம் கண்ணால் மலரோனம் கீழ்மேலூரை நின்றாய் தீரோ கேதாரமணீரே நாவன் மிசையறியன்னோடு தமஞானே சம்பந்தன் யாவ சிவன் அடியார்களோ அடியாரடி தொண்டன் தேவன் திருக்கேதாரத்தை யோரன்னுரை செய்த பாவன் தாமல் வல்லாய் பார லோக திருபாரே. ஓம் நம சிவாய. 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 Can we have the ball bearers, please? Yeah, keep the roses there. முதல்வனே நம சிவாய. முதல்வனே நம சிவாய. முதல்வனே நம சிவாய. ஆதியாய் வேலை நாகம் அடிமொழி தெரியாய் வண்ணம் சோதியாய் நிறவாய் நின்ற துணைவனே நம சிவாய. துணைவனே நம சிவாய. துணைவனே நம சிவாய. துணைவனே நம சிவாய. ஆதியாய் வேலை நாகம் அடிமொழி தெரியாய் வண்ணம் சோதியா நிறவாய் நின்ற துணைவனே நம சிவாய. 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 இணைவதி தேடி காணாய் இழந்த கலந்த மாயும் கனியதோ வாயும் மாதே கடவுளே நம சிவாய. 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 ஈசியாய் பொழப்போல் ஒன்றம் இணையடி பணிவாய் துன்பம் வாய்தியை செம்போல் மேனி வல்லலே நம சிவாய. வல்லலே நம சிவாய. வல்லலே நம சிவாய. வல்லலே நம சிவாய. வல்லலே நம சிவாய.
Those that will view the face, please come.
Shankarai Siva, Shankarai Siva, Shankarai Siva, Shankara, Shankara Siva, Shankarai Siva, Shankarai Siva, Shankara, Shankara Siva, Shankarai Siva, Shankarai Siva, Shankara. Majupajune Nindrenin Dhiro Padame Manapavide Pejalam Piranteni Pir Vadekan Me Vandetine Kajavadodam Yetam Si Kareyural Vadi Kodamoni Najavavunni Nan Marekinam Sollo Nan Namashivayave Shankara Siva Shankarai Siva Shankarai Siva Shankara Shankara Siva Shankarai Siva Shankarai Siva Shankara Koniye Pirai Sodiye Kareyural Vadi Kodumodi Peniye Perumane Pinjega Pitane Pirapajalaye Panula Varai Vandarai Kondrai Tarene Padam Pambare Nadene Dundan Yuran Sollive Solluva Yellai Dunbame Shankara Siva Shankara Siva Shankara Siva Shankara Shankara Siva Shankara Siva Shankara Siva Shankara Shankara Siva Shankara Siva Shankara Siva Shankara.
We are one of Bob's colleagues from the Correctional Service Review Corp. This is the
Good evening, everyone. It's easier when you say speeches at a birthday party, at a wedding, but when it comes to something like this, it's so hard. You know, I've known Bob ever since he stepped into leave, and I can't imagine a week that we haven't even went by that we haven't seen each other. Over that names, that's all Bob knew, is to call us by name. But he knew our name, but he'll just keep calling Buddha, all these funny names, but he'll never come up with a name. So we used to, you know, while I was here in Durban, I was looking through the families to see who's got that pointy nose like Bob. And to say in my life, I was blessed with his presence. He will be missed. He will be missed dearly by each and every one of us. As my friend Elaine said before, you know, if Bob steps in the room, this wouldn't be his thing. He would rather make you all laugh, but not cry. He will turn a joke into anything you saying is just so quick. We used to say, hey Bob, why don't you be a stand-up comedian? You know, instead of a... And yeah, he was just so happy. And I was also fortunate, like the other guys. We walked through a lot of trauma that we went through. And we've been there, we've seen the pain. And we know that Bob is in a better place. I always said to Iran, you know, or even to him, even at my wedding, I said to Bob, we all need a Bob. He represents that excitement in your life, that smile. And that's what we must remember him by. Not what we see him as dark, but what he's been for each and every one. And I think that was a gift that God has given him, the blessing that each and every one of us receive with his presence. And that's why we thank God for having Bob in our lives. We actually didn't know how his name came out to be Bob until this week. We learned. We always thought his name, middle name, but I used to call him Saghadevan Chinsamy Pillay. Every time I say Saghadevan because just wanted to, because he keeps calling me all these funny names, Buddha and Ghulam. So I used to just come there and say Saghadevan Chinsamy Pillay. So that was him. And we are so glad. And we also want to say to the family, we're so grateful that you guys accepted us in, that even when you'll address us, you're addressing us as brothers, and we are brothers, Roshila. So as long as you need us, we are phone call away. We'll always be there. We'll always stand by you, Denise, Roshila, Tyler, and the brothers, Siga, Neil, Roger. You guys are like family to us. And we thank God that you all accepted us. I don't know what more to say. Thank you.
If the immediate family could come, we just want to do our last few. Please take this as a personal invite. The 15th day and 16th day memorial service of Bob Lieutenant 20th at the chapter called Mellowwood Park Hall. So please take this as an invite. At 1900 hours. Please take this as a personal invite. It's not easy being a program director at your brother's school, so bear with me, please. So my immediate family come and say, oh, if anybody else didn't view, want to view, please come forward. While they're busy, to the correctional services, Iran and Money and family, and pass my gratitude to the rest of the crew. Thank you so much. You know, we have an extended family, but thank you so much for taking care of my brother, taking care of his family. Although I'm a few kilometers away, but they call you first. And thank you for your support during this week, the trying week, since Bob went to the hospital and this misfortune happened. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you, and may God be with you, and may God be with you as you travel back to Johannesburg. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Om Tiro Setchambalam அன்பிலே பிறந்து அன்பிலே வளர்ந்து அன்பிலே விளையாடும் அரசே அன்புருவாகி அன்பிலே சேர்ந்தாய் அன்பே அன்பே எந்த நண்பே அன்பே அன்பே எந்த நண்பே அன்பின மாமோனே கடந்த பெருணியை கருணை கடல்ல எந்த சிவமே அன்பினம் பிறவும் அமை தொலை காணாய் ஆனந்த நன்னடி துணையே ஆனந்த நன்னடி துணையே அன்பில பிறந்தோ அன்பில வளர்ந்தோ அன்பில விளையாடும் அரசே அன்புருவாகி அன்பில சேர்ந்தான் அன்பே அன்பே எந்த நண்பே அன்பே அன்பே எந்த நண்பே. All please stand. Om Tirusattambalam Murtineri Ariyade Motharu Moyalvene Patineri Ariyidu Paravinengal Varuvanam Sittamalam அறிவித்து சிவமாகி என்னையாண்ட அத்தனேக்கு அருளியவாறு ஆற்பெருவாய் ராஜோவே நெறியெல்லாம் நெறி தன்னை நெறியாக நினைவேனே செருநெறிங்கள் தேராமே திருவருளே தேருவனம் கொழியோன்றம் எல்லாதே கூட்டந்தன் கூட்டனைக்கோ அரியம்பனம் அருளியவாறு ஆற்பெருவாய் ராஜோவே செம்மை நலம் அறியாதே திதரோடம் திருவேணி மும்மை மலம் அறிவீதோ முதலாயே முதல்வன்னார் நமையமோர் பொருளாகி நான் சிவகை ஏத்து வைத்த அம்மையனேக்கு அருளியவாறு ஆற்பெருவாய் ராஜோவே அம்மையனேக்கு அருளியவாறு ஆற்பெருவாய் ராஜோவே. ஓம் Can we have the pallbearers, please? Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Shivaya.